All right, well, we are ready to get started with our 2026 Hamilton County Beef Show. We are going to get started with our cow-calf pair. We have one cow-calf pair this year, so Class 1 is entering the ring. Class 2 and 3, we need you in the makeup ring. Class 2 and 3 to the makeup ring. Entering the ring with her cow-calf pair is Elizabeth Decker. And both cow and calf are Simmentals.
Well, good morning. Certainly a nice cool morning here in Hamilton County, particularly relative to the weather that we've had here in Indiana last week. And if this cow-calf pair is any indication of the quality that we're going to have throughout the day, it ought to be really an enjoyable day. Just a 2-year-old cow here with a calf at side that's really growing quite well. A cow that balances up really nice. As you study her on the profile, she's long hips, she drops down a nice hind leg. I think if you wanted to change her, you maybe like to just deepen her up a touch in her heel, shorten her up in terms of her toe. Looks like the calf has gone ahead and nursed before you got out here, just a little bit. Pretty good in terms of the teat size on the bottom side of the udder that this female has. Really big bodied, balances up nice when you view them on the profile. Good cow-calf pair, give them a hand.
Congratulations, our grand champion cow-calf pair is exhibited by Elizabeth Decker. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 2 Angus heifers. 2 entries in this class. We have Jacob Blunt with his April 17th heifer and Wade Henderson, April 11th heifer. Class 3 and 4 should be in the makeup ring. Class 3 and 4 to the makeup ring. Testing in the cattle barn. Testing in the cattle barn.
We're going to leave the Angus heifers stand the way that they came in. I think as you study the two just here on the profile, the heifer that's nicer balanced and just a little bit more correct in the way that she reads and her skeletal angles is the heifer at the top end of the class. A little more relaxed about her shoulders. She's more neatly laid in there about the point of her shoulder. Stands good and square up front and still has some boldness to her heart. Really a good maternal look to her when you view her from the side. I like her really particularly off of her hind end. Utilizes her hock, maybe a little more confident in her step behind. Now the white-uddered heifer here standing in second is a female that's really easy fleshing. Probably just a little bit more advanced in her body condition score than what I would like to see at this time. Female that has got a ton of rib to her, looks like she can survive in a number of environments given this fleshing ability. However, I'd maybe just like to see her balance up a bit better and be more confident in her step off of her rear too.
Results from Class 2. First place went to Jacob Glunt. Second went to Wade Henderson. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 3 Angus heifers. Exhibitor River Musselman with his March 22nd heifer.
We have a single out here, and this is a March-born heifer, and one that really has some intriguing pieces to her. I think as you study her, heifer that's maybe just a little moderate in terms of her skeletal size, and that does not bother me at all. I think that as you study this heifer, you sure like her at the surface. Her foot is shaped right, her depth of heel, her length of toe is really good. Really a nice stout-featured heifer in terms of still having some substance and utility of bone to her, yet still clean and flat about her joints. Female that can get out and go as we cover the ring. A nice single entry here.
Testing, 1, 2, testing.
Results from Class 3. First place went to River Musselman. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Angus heifer. From Class 2, Jacob Glunt was first place. And from Class 3, River Musselman.
We haven't had a great deal of numbers within your Angus show, but boy, you sure had some quality. I think as you look at these two heifers, both of them are structurally correct. They're big-bodied type of cattle, and yet they still have a feminine, maternal look to them. For me, the one that puts the most positives together is the heifer from the first class. Let's give them a hand.
Champion Angus heifer is shown by Jacob Glunt. We'll need the second place entry from Class 2, Wade Henderson, to enter the ring. Our three classes of Hereford heifers should be making their way to the makeup ring. Hereford heifers to the makeup ring.
I know that we've already talked the heifer that comes into contention for reserve and how easy fleshing she is. And we also discussed maybe that we maybe want to change her the way that she goes off of her hind leg. I really like the stoutness of feature, the foot, the bone, the added balance of the March heifer. She'll be reserved.
Congratulations, our reserve champion Angus heifer, shown by River Musselman. Entering the ring now, we have Class 4, our single entry Kiania heifer, shown by Auburn Macy, our birthday girl, and her heifer's birthday is March 12th. We want to take a moment to thank some of our sponsors for today. The First Bank Midwest, that's a new one for us. First Bank Midwest sponsored all the class winner buckets. So if you could join me in a round of applause for them today.
Single entry March female, and a female that you sure appreciate her center body, her boldness to her upper rib. She's got a great deal of muscle shape to her, but yet it's still feminine. It's not round and coarse. You like that about the heifer. A nice project here for the young lady.
Congratulations, our champion Kiania heifer, exhibited by Auburn Macy. Entering the ring now, we'll have our first class of Hereford heifers, Exhibitor Landon Stamper. Heifer's birthday is September 29th.
On to the Hereford breed, and the young man has a August 22nd heifer is what he tells me, and quite honestly, just for your information, we just finished up the Hereford Junior Nationals here a little over a week ago, I guess it has been, and they do have an August senior class. So if you are looking at retaining this heifer and looking for other opportunities, the Hereford breed is one that does have August included in their senior yearlings. Here's a heifer that's really long fronted. She's really neat in the way that she's structured about her head. She sets her neck on top of a shoulder that reads right in terms of its angle. She's maybe at a little bit of a gangly stage right now. Heifer that looks like she's got plenty of rib shape to her, particularly up high. Maybe just want to change her set off of her rear leg.
Congratulations to Landon Stamper. For Class 6, we'll have Landon Stamper entering the ring again. This heifer's birthday is August 22nd. First call for Class 8, Maine Anjou heifers. First call to the makeup ring, Class 8, Maine Anjou heifers.
Another single entry here in the Hereford show, a dark red ticked back heifer that she too is pretty long in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3. Tremendously long body. Study her from the point of her shoulder all the way back to her pin. Really has a great deal of extension there. Heifer that relative to the one that was in the class before, maybe just a little more functional off of her hind leg and the way that she utilizes her hock.
Congratulations to Landon Stamper. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 7. Our last class of Herefords, Class 7, Ralston Macy. with his May 4th heifer. This is our second call for Class 8 main and Jew heifers. Second call, Class 8. First call, Class 9 maintainer heifers to the makeup ring. First call, Class 9 maintainer heifers to the makeup ring.
We've got a May heifer out here, and one that is presented really nicely, and I like her from her elbow back. Maybe like to relax her just a bit out of her shoulder. Not that she's atrocious there. If I could just touch, it would just be right there in terms of her angle to her shoulder. Big-bodied, stout-made, really good when you view her from behind as to her pin set. Drops down a real nice hind leg. Give him a hand.
Congratulations to Ralston Macy. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Hereford heifers. From Class 5, Landon Stamper. From Class 6, also Landon Stamper. And Class 7, Ralston Macy. Class 8 and 9 should be in the makeup ring. Class 8 and 9 to the makeup ring.
Championship drive of the Hereford cattle, really a nice set. We're kind of at different stages of the game and the growth curve as to where they are from a maturity standpoint. We've got the September and August calves, and then we've got a May, and you may not think that's a ton of spread, but boy, it's a big difference physiologically and where they are in terms of body condition score, where they are from a calf stage to a yearling stage, and so you try to take that into account, study them in terms of just structure and volume and presentation, along with function and where they are from a udder and teat standpoint. Even at this stage, I think we need to be looking at those types of things. The heifer for me that puts the most positives together is a young man here from Class 3. He'll be your champion. Reserve, we're going to come down here to the young man, a little more functional hind leg out of the calf division.
Congratulations, our champion Hereford heifer, shown by Ralston Macy, and reserve Hereford heifer, shown by Landon Stamper, with his September heifer. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 8 Main Jew heifer, single entry, shown by Leah Happel, with her March 24th heifer. First call for Class 10 to the makeup ring. First call, Class 10, Shorthorn heifers to the makeup ring.
Single heifer here for this breed, Maine Jew, I believe, is the breed of this one. And coming into the ring, boy, she's maybe hit a different gear than some of the other cattle that have come out. She's ready to get out and go. And a female, to me, that you like how stout made and the added substance and utility that she has when you view her from behind. But I think when you step off of her from the side, she is really much longer bodied than what one might think in terms of the view from behind. Tremendously long bodied, got some rib shape to her, very appropriate in terms of her teat size and placement on the bottom side of that udder. A nice Maine Jew. Here's your champion. Give her a hand.
Congratulations, our champion Maine Jew heifer, shown by Leah Happel. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 9 single entry maintainer heifers, shown by Coulter Galloway with his January 6th heifer. Second call for Class 10 to the makeup ring, and first call, Class 11 Shorthorn plus heifers. First call, Class 11 and 12, Shorthorn plus heifers.
We have a single maintainer heifer and one that could certainly stand some competition. Heifer that's sound structured and good footed, female that's clean and flat about her joints, heifer that is pretty stout about her pin, really big bodied. I think if you wanted to nitpick on the heifer just a bit, you maybe like to trim her up, freshen her up through her front end, getting a little bit more deposition of fat down through her brisket. Maybe not quite as neat up through her front end in terms of extension of neck, but a heifer boy from her elbow back sure have to appreciate.
Congratulations, our champion maintainer heifer, shown by Coulter Galloway. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 10, our single entry Shorthorn heifer, shown by Lauren Happel with her January 28th heifer. Class 11 and 12 Shorthorn plus heifers should be in the makeup ring. Class 11 and 12 Shorthorn plus heifers to the makeup ring.
Redneck roan shorthorn heifer is a January female and sure an easy fleshing type of heifer. She's got some boldness to her rib as well. I think if you wanted to nitpick on her, you just maybe want to freshen her up just a bit up through that front 1/3 and maybe give her a little attention down at her foot, but a nice female.
Congratulations, our champion shorthorn heifer, exhibited by Lauren Happel. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 11 Shorthorn Plus heifers. This is a single entry class shown by Isadora Grau with her April 8th heifer.
Another single entry here, a Shorthorn Plus female, and you really like the squareness of build up through her front end. She toes straight away. She's really a female that's got plenty of length of body, yet balances up. When you get off to the side of her and you study her for her length of hip, those hook bones are a little further forward, tremendously long about her hip, but her stifle placement is right, drops down a nice hind leg on the profile.
Congratulations to Izzy Grau. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 12 Shorthorn Plus heifers. In this class is Lily Henderson with her January 20th Shorthorn Plus heifer. First call for Class 13 Simmental heifers. First call, Class 13 Simmental heifers to the makeup ring.
Single entry here of the Shorthorn Plus cattle, and one that has got some stoutness to her pin, and she's really pretty big through the center portion of her body. I think as you study her from behind, she opens up just a touch there at the top side of her shoulder, yet she still sets her neck onto that shoulder very appropriately. A nice heifer for the young lady.
Congratulations to Lily Henderson. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifers. From Class 11, Izzy Grau, and from Class 12, Lily Henderson. Second call for Class 13, Simmental heifers to the makeup ring. First call, Class 14, Simmental heifers to the makeup ring. First call, Class 14 to the makeup ring.
championship drive of the Shorthorn Plus cattle. We've got heifers out here that won their respective classes, single entries, and we get them out in comparison. A little bit of age difference here. I think as we went through the first class, we talked about the squareness of build on the heifer, particularly up through her front end, and how she is in terms of her rib cage, really maternal, and I like the way that her flank ties into her belly wall with additional length of hip and drops down a nice hind leg when you view her from the side. The red heifer in the out here is one that's maybe just off a bit in terms of her balance on the profile relative to the first class winner. She maybe opens up just a touch there in terms of the point of her shoulder and the top of her shoulder, but she's big-bodied. She's got some stoutness to her pin. The heifer that puts the quality look together is the black female. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations, our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer shown by Izzy Grau, and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus heifer shown by Lily Henderson. Entering the ring now, we will start our 4 classes of Simmental heifers. Class 13, entering the ring, McKenna Cleek with her October 10th Simmental heifer. Class 14 and 15 need to be in the makeup ring. First call, class 15, Simmental heifers to the makeup ring.
Just a single entry on your fall-born heifer calf within the Simmental breed, a star-faced heifer that's tremendously long-fronted. You like her in terms of her head, her long, slim neck that she has about her. She's neatly laid in about her shoulder assembly. Yet you come back down to the elbow. She's got some boldness to her forerib. I really like her rib shape as we move back towards her flank. A nice heifer here for the young lady.
Congratulations to McKenna Cleek. Class 16, this is your first call to the makeup ring. Class 16 to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have class 14 Simmental heifers. 2 exhibitors, Landon Glunt with his April 10th heifer and Wyatt Martin with his April 5th heifer.
we're going to leave them stand just the way that they are. The heifer at the top end is really square built and feminine in her design, and yet to me femininity is an overall package type of situation. The way that she's assembled up front, her head and her neck and her shoulder, but she's so maternal in terms of her rib cage. Maybe if you wanted to just peel her out just a little bit more back there through her udder to get a better view in terms of teat quality, but she drops down a nice hind leg both on the side as well as tracking away. She's really square in terms of her build. The heifer here in second, you like her through the center portion of her body. She's got a ton of boldness, of rib shape to her, a female that you like in terms of that boldness of rib. She's pretty appropriate in terms of her body condition score as well. I maybe want to relax her just a bit in terms of her shoulder and where that shoulder placement is, but a nice project heifer for this young man.
Congratulations. First place in Class 14 goes to Landon Glunt. Second to Wyatt Martin. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 15, Sylvia Knapp with her March 2nd Simmental heifer.
Just a single entry here. The white-uddered heifer is a March born that they've got her in gestation due to calve in March. And boy, I really like this heifer from her hooks forward. Big old rib cage in her. She's neat in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3. Maybe just change her a bit off of her hind leg, but I will say her udder quality and teat placement is really good. Heifer that's got plenty of performance and growth to her as well. A nice project for the young man.
Congratulations to Sylvia Knapp. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 16, our last class of Simmental heifers. Elizabeth Decker with her February 12th heifer.
Single entry of February females and one that comes to the ring with some quality to her, a February heifer that they do have in gestation. Went ahead and used an Angus bull on her to start off. This heifer, I think, is really neat in the way that she sets her neck onto her shoulder. She's tremendously long-bodied and yet still has plenty of utility to her in terms of her center body. She got a big old rib cage in her, and you like that about her. Heifer that maybe gets up just a little bit in terms of her tail head. You might want to put that down just a notch, but a nice high-quality heifer for the young lady.
Congratulations to Elizabeth Decker. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Simmental heifer. So this is first call for class 17 and 18 Sim Solution heifers. First call, class 17 and 18 Sim Solution heifers. Entering the ring for our champion Simmental heifer drive from class 13, McKenna Cleek. From class 14, Landon Glunt. From class 15, Sylvia Knapp. And from class 16, Elizabeth Decker. Again, this is our champion Simmental heifer drive.
As the cattle are pulling in line for your Simmental breed, not only have you had the greatest numbers so far within the show, but I think it's also been the deepest in terms of quality of any of the breeds that we've had out here. Cattle that are just good functional type of females. If we look at the heifer that actually wins the second class, but is standing first in the lineup, for comfort for the calf to to get around the ring, first time to town for her. This is probably the squarest built heifer, the one that reads the most right in her angles from the side. I really like her in terms of the way she's assembled up through her front end, back through her hind legs. She utilizes her hock well, fills her track, and is really probably the most comfortable and gives you the best view on the go. And for me, when I evaluate livestock, I really do more evaluation on the go than anything else. If I could change the heifer just a little bit, I'd maybe like to bolt her in through her upper portion of her ribs. She can get just a notch flatter there, but her center body is really good, her pin set's good, and she's got plenty of width there. This calf that actually wins the first class, the star-faced heifer, is one that, boy, you really like, and I think has got a lot of future to her, particularly the way that she's assembled up front, that added extension that she has about her neck. And I know that she's not zipper fronted, right? She's not the cleanest throated one, but they don't have to be, not for me, because if they're gonna make cows, I think that this gives me an opportunity to see that she's got some grow in her. I actually think the way that it's shaped, that she's gonna grow into it, up through her neck. Her slope to shoulder is really good. She's laid back in her knee. She's got a big old rib cage in her, and she's really level out through her rump. I want to make her a little more confident in her step. As she goes behind, she can maybe get just a touch tangled up there. But when you study her from the side, her stifle placement and her hock down reads like she's going to get more confident as she goes. Right now, she maybe closes just a bit at her foundation. The heifer from the third class is one that we talked about in class. From her hooks forward, boy, this heifer is really powerfully constructed. Big old rib cage in her, and to have that much mass and substance and utility, to have a front end assembly like that is really pretty challenging to get. This heifer is really neat in the way that she's assembled for how much mass she has from her elbow back. Maybe needs to be a little more confident in her step behind, a little different set to that hind leg. But this, and I don't know what her EPDs read like, but this is a high-performing heifer to me. Big power, got a lot of growth, one that I think can certainly contribute. Then we come back to the heifer that wins the last class, and boy, on the stand there, she gives you a nice silhouette. She's super strong top, she's really long about her hip, she's got some center body to her. I think as you study her, though, you maybe want to just relax her about some of her joints. She gets a little straighter behind, and when we get them out on the go, she's not nearly as comfortable in terms of her hock and her length of step and her reach off of that hind leg. And that's getting pretty nitpicky on one that gives you an awful good look when you view them from the side. She's big, bold, up high in terms of her rib shape. I want to just fix her a touch down low. Really an outstanding set of Simmental heifers. For me, the one that is the squarest built and the most functional is a heifer standing at the front of the lineup. She'll be your champion.
Congratulations, our champion Simmental heifer exhibited by Landon Glunt. There was a second place out of that class. So entering the ring now, we need Wyatt Martin.
The heifer that comes into contention for reserve champion, and in class we talked about how the center part of her body is what we really like. It's the opposite ends or both sides of that rib cage that we maybe want to relax her just a bit up front, maybe make her a little more coordinated behind. To me, for reserve, we're going to go with the heifer that's standing at the end of the lineup, high quality female. Give them a hand.
Congratulations, our reserve champion Simmental heifer, shown by Lizzie Decker. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 17 Sim Solution heifers. Single entry class shown by Wyatt Martin with his April 2nd Sim Solution. Class 18 Sim Solution should be in the makeup ring. And this is first call, Class 19 commercial heifers to the makeup ring. First call, Class 19 to the makeup ring.
Sim Solution cattle, a nice effort to start off your Sim Solution class or division. Heifer that gives you a nice maternal look in terms of her rib cage. She's neat in the way that she's assembled about her shoulder and where she sits at that neck. Heifer that maybe could be just a touch freshened up down through her brisket, starting to open her up just a touch there. Stout pinned and really nice in terms of the amount of utility and substance she has when you view her from behind.
Congratulations to Wyatt Martin. Entering the ring now, we will have Class 18 Sim Solution heifers exhibited by Colin Decker with his September 23rd of 24 Sim Solution. Second call for Class 19 commercial heifers to the makeup ring. Second call, Class 19 commercial heifers to the makeup ring. Also, we will be going right into our Grand Champion heifer drive. There'll just be a short break to make sure we have heifers all lined up, but we will roll right into our Grand Champion heifer drive upon the completion of our commercial heifer class.
Got a senior yearling Simmental Solution heifer and one that is really nice made. And seniors, I think when you get into these senior yearling cattle, we have to realize what's going on with physiologically and where they are. This heifer is really not that far from Kevin. She's due in September. She's a September-born female. Got a big old rib cage in her. You really like the hip and the hind leg that she drops down. Heifer that maybe isn't as straight and strong down her top, but she's a senior yearling. And so I look at her on the go. That's where she starts to come and pull that top together. A nice project heifer here for the young man.
Congratulations to Colin Decker. We will now be showing for our champion Sim Solution heifer from Class 17, Wyatt Martin, and from Class 18, Colin Decker.
Boy, two really nice Sim Solution cattle that they've brought us here. Haven't had a great deal of numbers, but boy, you sure have had some quality within this breed or division. I think if you study both of them, they're both good structured type of cattle that have got plenty of rib shape to them. It should looks like they should go into those herds of these young people and certainly make a nice addition to their cow base. For me, the one that's probably just a little bit softer off of its hind leg, a heifer that when you get them out on the go really comes together. It'll be the senior yearling will be your champion. Reserve will be the yearling.
Congratulations, our champion Sim Solution heifer, exhibited by Colin Decker, and reserve champion goes to Wyatt Martin. Entering the ring now, we will have our last class of heifers, class 19 commercial heifers are entering the ring. We have Logan Bates and Lauren Happel. If you are a breed champion or reserve, you need to be making your way outside of the show arena to get lined up. All breed champions and reserves, be making your way outside of the makeup ring or outside of the show arena to get lined up. After the completion of our Grand Champion Heifer Drive, we will be taking a 15-minute break. In between our Grand Champion Heifer Drive and the start of the steer show, we will be taking a 15-minute break.
Crossbred heifers here, and I did not ask the kids what age they are. They're broken and determined by weight. I think as you look at both of the cattle here, I got maybe just a little concerned when they first walked into the ring in terms of structure on both of them, particularly the hind leg. Okay, but for different reasons, and I want to make sure that the young people understand it. I think as they're parked right now, and you study them on the go, the heifer the snip-nosed heifer maybe gets a little tight in terms of her pastern, not as comfortable there. But I also think that's a little bit of just a tension situation with the heifer not as comfortable out here within the show ring, because when you see them parked, and you study her angle from her dew claw down to her foot and where that is, it's much more ideal, okay? I don't know if she just tenses when she gets out and goes. There's times where you catch her where she'll relax. Other times maybe she gets just a little tighter about that pastern. But I like her balance. I like her rib and her moderate frame size that she has. She's really a female that's neat at the top side of her shoulder. She progressively gets wider as you work your way back to her hooks and her pins. Gives you maybe a little more of a quality look when you view her from the side. Now, the motley-faced heifer out here has got a distinct advantage in terms of skeletal size and is going to end up being a larger, heavier weight cow when they get into production. She's longer about her cannon, both from her knee down and her hock down. Heifer that's tremendously long-bodied and got a ton of growth to her, but one that I think just needs to be relaxed in terms of her angles on both ends of her skeleton.
Congratulations, our champion commercial heifer, exhibited by Logan Bates, and reserve champion, exhibited by Lauren Happel. As soon as I get the thumbs up from our helpers, we're going to get started with our grand champion heifer drive. All breed champions should be lined up outside of the show ring for our grand champion heifer drive. Tyler, just let me know when you have them all lined up. All right, I have the thumbs up, so we are all good to go with our grand champion heifer drive. First in the ring will be our champion Angus, exhibited by Jacob Glunt. Our champion Kiania, shown by Auburn Macy. Our champion Hereford heifer, shown by Ralston Macy. Our champion Maine Anjou heifer, shown by Leah Happel. Champion Maintainer heifer, exhibited by Coulter Galloway. Our champion Shorthorn heifer, shown by Lauren Happel. Our champion Shorthorn Plus heifer, exhibited by Izzy Grau. Our champion Simmental heifer, shown by Landon Glunt. Our champion Sim Solution heifer, exhibited by Colin Decker. And our champion commercial heifer, shown by Logan Bates. Let's give all these breed champions a round of applause. All reserve champions should be outside of the show ring, ready to come in. All reserve breed champions need to be outside of the show arena. While our judge is looking at these breed champions, we'll take a moment to introduce him. Today's cattle judge is Matt Clays. Matt is a nationally respected livestock evaluator and former Purdue University livestock judging team coach and beef extension specialist. He has judged many of the nation's premier livestock shows and is recognized for his commitment to education integrity, and developing the next generation of livestock enthusiasts. We are honored to have Matt sorting through our cattle and our kids today. Please join me in a round of applause for him. We want to thank the Simplicity Creative team for photographing our show today. Those photos will be available for free download, made possible by the Hamilton County beef producers, so all the kids can get those pictures for free, sponsored by the Hamilton County beef producers. I also want to thank again the First Bank Midwest for sponsoring all of our class winner buckets. And starting at 11:30, please be sure to visit our producer's tent. The Hamilton County beef producers will be serving cheeseburgers and ribeyes today starting at 11:30, so please be sure to visit the producer's tent for lunch today. Again, there will be a 15-minute break after the grand drive before we start our steer show.
Championship drive of your Hamilton County 4-H show. Boy, the quality has been really, really deep. All the way, the Angus heifer, all the way through the commercials. There's good functional cattle out here that represent the different breeds. I know that we didn't have necessarily big classes, and it's becomes part of a county fair situation, I think, is that we have all these breeds that are represented. We've got so many kids that are involved in here, and when they come out just one at a time or a couple at a time, this ring gets is adequate, right? But you get them all out here, and the cattle certainly look good together, but it does get just a little jammed up out here. And I think as you go and you study the cattle on the move, some things start to sift out. I don't think I need to go through and talk every one of these cattle again. You've heard me talk about them in class and then in a championship drive. So I think you know what I think about some of the cattle. And for me today, I've been looking for cattle that are sound. They are high quality, balanced look with some maternal function to them. And I hope that you see that. And the young people of your county have brought you good quality stock. So if you would, put your hands together and congratulate them. You know, when to you young people, I know I went and spent the evening last night with my grandsons and stuff, and we talk about a lot of things with them, and you got to set goals, and I think that it's important that you understand you didn't do this by yourself, okay? It takes a team to get where you're at today. So to the young people, I would say you go back to your stalls, make sure you thank the people that are part of your team. And not only in 4-H and showing cattle do you have a team, but as you progress through life and you get to a working situation, you get to a partner situation and you get married, it's a team effort. Everybody's got to be pulling on the rope that same direction, okay? So when it's just you and you start to consider that you're part of a team, the neat thing is that you're not just thinking about yourself, because where we are in society today, that's what we get a lot of. Everybody thinks about themselves and what has to happen. So there's a little saying that I always try to convey to my grandsons and different places that we've been, and I don't want you to think primarily about yourself, but I don't want you to think about less of yourself, okay? You can be part of a team and you can still be confident in what you're doing, and you can accomplish way more as a team. So don't think less of yourself, but think of yourself less, okay? Don't think less of yourself, but think of yourself less. Then the team is going to flourish, okay? So that's what I would encourage you to do. It's been a really, really good county fair. I'm really excited about the quality that is here in Hamilton County. The young people have been really good to work with, and we'll work more intensely with them during showmanship. As we go out and get your champions and your reserves and your top 5, please put your hands together and show your appreciation to the young people.
Congratulations, our grand champion heifer is shown by Landon Glunt with his Simmental. In reserve, our reserve Simmental will be entering the ring now, shown by Lizzie Decker. Landon's heifer was also Hamilton County born and raised, so it will be our grand champion Hamilton County born and raised. Congratulations, our reserve grand champion heifer goes to Jacob Glunt with his Angus. Reserve Angus will be entering the ring now. River Musselman. Congratulations, our third overall heifer goes to Colin Decker with his Champion Sim Solution. That heifer is also Hamilton County born and raised, so that will be your reserve grand champion, Hamilton County born and raised heifer. Your reserve Sim Solution entering the ring now, exhibited by Wyatt Martin. Congratulations, our fourth overall heifer goes to Lizzie Decker with her reserve champion Scimitar. Congratulations, our fifth overall heifer exhibited by Coulter Galloway with his champion Maintainer. That does complete our heifer show. We will resume with our steers at 10:45. Steer show will start at 10:45. Also, a reminder, everyone is signed up for showmanship, so if you're wanting to scratch showmanship, please see Kayla or Kelsey at the announcer's stand.
Attention Hamilton County fairgoers. We have a white Chevy Blazer parked near Bob's Barrels. It has a black trailer and it needs to be moved for the garbage truck to come. They said you can move it just even 10 feet would help. So if you drive a white Chevy Blazer with a black trailer and you're parked by Bob's Bumpy Barrels, could you please come and move it as soon as possible? Thank you.
All right, attention in the cattle barn. We're wrapping up with heifer pictures, and then we will get started with our steer show. So first call, Angus steers, class 20 and 21 to the makeup ring. First call, class 20 and 21, Angus steers to the makeup ring. we are ready to start our steer show for the afternoon, morning. We're going to start with Class 20, Angus steers. Single entry, Abby Holloway with her steer weighing 1320.
Got an Angus steer that's weighing 1320, and actually when you get your hands on him, he can certainly stand just a little bit more time on feed. He's acceptable in terms of rail readiness, but I think at 1320 we maybe want to see him just a notch heavier, big-bodied steer that's got some muscle shape down his top. Maybe like to change the way that he's assembled up through his front 1/3.
Congratulations to Abby Holloway. This is first call, Class 22 and 23, Kenya steers. First call, Class 22 and 23, Kenya steers. Entering the ring now, we have our second class of Angus steers, Class 21, Briley Zeller, steer weighing 1454.
Heavyweight Angus steer here weighing 1450 and a good practical type of cattle. The guy's got some muscle shape, particularly some spread out over his loin. He's really uniformly conditioned over his rib. He's nice in terms of his skeletal angles as well. He's very comfortable as he moves about the ring. The young lady's brought us a nice steer project.
Congratulations to Briley Zeller. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Angus steer, Abby Holloway and Briley Zeller. Our Kenya steers, Class 22 and 23, should be in the makeup ring. Class 22 and 23 to the makeup ring.
Got a nice pair of Angus steers, and both of them, given their weight, certainly have got enough muscle to keep them at a respectable yield grade. I think as you look at the two cattle and the way that they're assembled up through their front end, maybe just a little bit of difference to them. The steer that wins the first class is super strong in his top. He gets maybe just a little bit forward about his knee, a notch more upright about his shoulder, but just from a pure muscle standpoint and where he is and his fat content, you sure appreciate him from a composition standpoint. much the same story in terms of composition for the steer that wins the heavyweight division, a guy that has got plenty of spread out over his loin. He pushes up a nice stifle on the move, gives you a good, easy feeding type of look. You get him out on the go, and he's the one that's really comfortable. Looks like he'll be able to, or would be able to survive a number of different feedlot environments. He'll be your champion. Reserve will come from the first class. Give him a hand.
Congratulations, our champion Angus steer, shown by Briley Zeller, and reserve champion, shown by Abby Holloway. Entering the ring now, we have class 22, Kiania steers. Single entry, Lily Henderson, steer weighing 1342. First call, class 24, Gelby steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 24, Gelby steers to the makeup ring.
Single entry here in the Kiania steers. 1342 is what this guy's weighing, and boy, when you view him from behind, he's sure impressive in terms of the shape that he has. He's stout pinned and drapes a great deal of muscle shape over that hip, and it runs down his top shape. Get your hands on him. He's pretty uniform in his condition, and really one that's right in terms of where he's at with his weight and how much rail readiness he has. A good kind of cattle that balances up pretty decent when you view him from the side.
Congratulations to Lily Henderson. Entering the ring now, we'll have class 23, Reese Knapp, with his key steer weighing 1454.
They've got him listed as 14 weight cattle here in one that certainly has enough skeleton to put on more pounds even, and would maybe make him just a bit more industry acceptable. But I think when you study him from a balance standpoint, you really like the way that he sets his neck onto his shoulder. He's got a big old forearm on him. He's got some muscle shape working down his top. A guy that's maybe just a little bit nervous out here. I think that added length of body gives him his additional weight that he has here on paper. A good kind of cattle.
Congratulations to Reese Snap. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion key steers from class 22, Lily Henderson, and from class 23, Reese Snap. We need class 24, Gelby steers to the makeup ring, and class 25, first call, limousine steers to the makeup ring, class 25 to the makeup ring.
We got Kiania cattle out here, and both cattle are good cattle, but for different reasons and are at a different endpoint. And I think that we need to probably have just a little bit of discussion about them. The black steer is one that you'd like to relax him a bit in the way that he's structured up through his front end. Tremendous in terms of muscular shape that feeds out of the backside of his shoulder and gives you plenty of spread and dimension out over his loin. He is probably the stoutest hip steer out here as well. Now, when you view him from the side, does he balance up as neat as you'd like him to? He maybe gets just a little deeper about his front end, a touch higher in his flank, but his handle doesn't indicate that. He's probably the most rail-ready cattle that's more uniform in terms of his condition out over his rib. Now, the red and white steer is one that can use more time on feed, quite honestly. A guy that's maybe a little longer bodied, a little longer cannon all the way through. And when the young man gets him set up and parked here on the side, there's no doubt that he is probably the better balanced cattle, cattle that sets his neck really good. I would say he's probably not at 12 o'clock today because I do think that he could utilize a little bit more time on feed. So what do? You're in a situation where we've got a steer that's probably at 12 o'clock, but maybe needs to be changed just a bit in terms of his angles. We got one that's maybe just a little bit greener. For me, I'm trying to find the good quality cattle that are right for today. Your champion's going to be the black steer, the red and white will be the reserve.
Congratulations, our champion keys shown by Lily Henderson and reserve exhibited by Reese Knapp. Entering the ring now, we will have class 24, Maddie Higgins with her Gelby steer weighing 1364.
This is your champion Gelbvieh steer and a good practical type of cattle. I think this guy gives you a good, easy feeding look, and the way that he's designed about his rib cage. He's got some muscular shape and stoutness to his pins when you view him from behind, but probably where he's most impressive is in terms of his muscular shape up high. He feeds with plenty of shape out of the backside of his shoulder, really works a good dimension of muscle out over his loin. He gives you a nice fat steer look, an easy feeding look, and I would say that condition-wise and where he's at, he's definitely rail ready. Now, there are some things that we like to change about the Gelbvieh steer. He maybe gets a little shallow heeled, a little longer toed, maybe not quite as stout featured from a show steer standpoint, but from a real world standpoint, a kind of cattle that I think would be profitable to feed. Let's give the young lady a hand.
Congratulations, our champion Gelbvieh steer, exhibited by Maddie Higgins. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 25 limousine steers. Single entry exhibited by Lily Higgins, her steer weighing 1160. We need Class 26 main and Anjou steers to the makeup ring, and Class 27 maintainer steers to the makeup ring. Class 26 and 27 to the makeup ring.
Champion limousine steer is headed towards the out gate, and a calf that's only weighing 1160 could utilize a little more time on feed to reach his optimum harvest endpoint. But a good kind of cattle with some muscle shape gives you a good center body look. It looks like he can convert feed rather efficiently. A nice calf for the young lady.
Congratulations to Lily Higgins with our champion limousine steer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 26 main Anjou steers. Single entry shown by Madison Meyer, steer weighing 1264. First call, Class 28 to the makeup ring. First call, Class 28 to the makeup ring.
Just a single entry here, a main Anjou steer that is in the mid to upper 12s, and one that could certainly stand a little more time on feed. But this guy is maybe just a different set of quality that she brings to the ring. A guy that's a little stouter featured in terms of his foot and his bone. Really nice balanced steer that's got plenty of muscular shape to him. You like the way that he balances up from the side, his length of hip, yet still has plenty of shape to him when you view him from behind.
Congratulations, our champion main Anjou steer, exhibited by Madison Meyer. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 27 maintainer steers. Single entry, Lauren Happel, steer weighing 1086. First call, class 29, Red Angus steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 29, Red Angus steers to the makeup ring.
Single entry here, a maintainer steer, and some of you may look in the ring and think, holy cow, we've got a black Hereford, and we do have that breed of cattle now in the country and in Indiana. And the young lady said, well, he's more Maine than he is Hereford and wouldn't qualify. But here's a guy that is sure all right in the way that he's built. He's square up front, he's got some muscle working down his top shape. He's really good in terms of his rib shape as well. Maybe want to see him go just a notch better off of his hind leg. A guy that needs more time on feed, as the young lady and I have talked about, particularly at where we are from a market standpoint, the cost of the cattle and then the cost of feeding them. That additional weight sure helps us to get closer to break even.
Congratulations to Lauren Happel. Entering the ring now will be class 28, single entry, exhibited by Tyler Drummond, steer weighing 1356. Class 29 needs to be in the makeup ring, and first call, class 30, Shorthorn Plus steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 30, Shorthorn Plus steers to the makeup ring.
This guy weighs 1360, and one from the side, you maybe want to change him just a bit from a balance standpoint. He gets a little deeper about his shoulder, a touch higher in terms of his flank. Maybe not as big at the surface as what we would like to see. And you look at that bottom side of his silhouette and you think, well, there's probably not going to be a whole lot to him, but you can see some muscle working down the top. Boy, then you get around behind this guy, and that's the biggest part on him. He's the most dimensional in terms of the top side of his skeleton, and from his hooks forward, you sure like the muscle dimension that runs down that top. You come back over the ribs with your handle, and you sure find him to be pretty uniform in his condition. I would say that it was maybe just a touch of a shock to me how much condition he actually had over his rib. relative to where he is from his frame size. I think he can still stand a little bit more weight to him in terms of an optimum harvest standpoint, but a big topped, heavy muscled steer.
Congratulations to Tyler Drummond. We'll now be showing for our champion and reserve champion maintainer steers, Lauren Happel and Tyler Drummond. Also, I just got word the producer's tent is now open, so please be sure to visit the producer's tent for lunch. They're serving hamburgers, cheeseburgers, and ribeyes. First call, class 31, Shorthorn Plus steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 31, Shorthorn Plus steers to the makeup ring.
Championship drive of your main cattle. We've got cattle out here that are of different types and kinds, and they're also at a different point within their growth curve, the way that I read them. More of the Hereford influenced or Hereford marked cattle, one that's just a little more moderate in terms of his size, and he's maybe just shorter structured all the way through. A little shorter fronted, he's shorter bodied, he's shorter back through his hip, not nearly as elongated about his cannon bone, but he's got muscle to him. And a guy that where he is in terms of his weight at this stage of the game, I think is very appropriate in the amount that he's got back there at his 12th rib. Maybe just one that you get a notch concern as to where his final end point may be. Then we got a big skeleton guy, and we just talked to him, really heavy muscled and dimensional, probably from an industry standpoint, just general commodity industry standpoint, a guy that's maybe just a little bit more comfortable at fitting the target that we've got at different packers here today. He'll be your champion. Reserve will be the Hereford.
Congratulations, our champion maintainer steer exhibited by Tyler Drummond and reserve champion exhibited by Lauren Happel. Switching calves and entering the ring again will be Tyler Drummond with his Red Angus steer, class 29, his steer weighing 1426. Class 30 and 31 should be in the makeup ring. Our Shorthorn Plus steers should be in the makeup ring.
Red Angus steer, and a Red Angus steer that is chock full of muscle. He's got a big old top in him. He's got a nice hip, and you handle him. He's really uniform and fresh in his condition out over his rib. A long-bodied guy that gives you an easy feeding look. So compositionally, we sure like this guy, and we talked about, the young man and I did, on where he should end up to be his optimum harvest endpoint, and he could probably stand another 100 pounds if if he didn't have two flat tires in the rear. So I get a little bit concerned about, as we put that added weight on, what's going to happen to him in terms of a soundness standpoint off of those rear wheels. But good kind of cattle ought to hang up a nice carcass.
Congratulations, our champion Red Angus steer, exhibited by Tyler Drummond. First call for Class 32 Simmental steers to the makeup ring. First call, Class 32 Simmental steers to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 30 Shorthorn Plus steers. Single entry shown by Logan Bates, steer weighing 1014.
Shorthorn Plus cattle, and one that's just a little over 1,000 pounds. And the young man and I had a good discussion, because he knows what he's got, and a steer that has got some muscle shape to him. And he said, I went the clubby route, and I really tried to get one that's going to be clubby, and he didn't grow. Well, and you're right. You're spot on. You hit the nail on the head. And along with that, I think that he knows the next time when we go out and we're trying to find cattle, probably need to be a little more relaxed up front, a little more laid back in the knee. Make sure that stifle and hock to ground, that angle is much more appropriate. But a calf here that he's done his best with. If you would, give him a hand.
Congratulations to Logan Bates. Entering the ring now, we'll have Class 31 Shorthorn Plus steers, exhibited by Cade Henderson, steer weighing 1398. First call for Class 33 Simmental steers to the makeup ring. Class 32 and 33 Simmental steers to the makeup ring.
Relative to the previous Shorthorn Plus calf, in this one, we're kind of at different ends of the spectrum in terms of quality. Cattle here, the steer in front is almost 1,400 pounds and very industry acceptable, and gives you a high quality look. And you'll start in the way that he's assembled up front. He laid back in his knee, and the point of his shoulder is right where it needs to be. He's got some forearm to him and some muscularity there. He feeds with a decent amount of shape down his top. A long-bodied calf, so if you listen to any show ring type of things. I hear a lot of people talk about he needs to be short back and he needs to be shorter coupled, and that goes against livestock production. This guy is long topped, but yet he still maintains structural integrity on the top side of his skeleton. He's got some length through his hip, drops down a nice hind leg. Everything matches in terms of substance of bone, the amount of mass that he has up high, a quality calf.
Congratulations to Cade Henderson. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion Shorthorn Plus steer, Logan Bates and Cade Henderson.
I don't think we need to take a lot of time here. We've had a lot of fun with these Shorthorn Plus exhibitors and having discussion. Your champion's going to be the black steer. Reserve will be the steer out of the first class.
Congratulations, our champion Shorthorn Plus steer exhibited by Cade Henderson and reserve champion shown by Logan Bates. We will now be starting our Simmental steer classes. First class, single entry, class 32, steer exhibited by William Meyer and weighing 1264.
First class of Simmentals, and you look at this guy out here in the ring, and he's a pretty moderate type of cattle, and you think, well, maybe this guy's going to be an 11, and he's actually well over 1250, and this guy's dense. He's got just a ton of muscular shape to him, and yet still balances up when you view him from the side, sets his neck good. He's got some rib shape to him. I think for me, the thing that I'd like to change is he can get just a little bit tighter hinged, if you will, off of his hind leg. Gets just a touch outside of his squareness of body when we ask him to go, but a calf that's got a ton of muscle too.
Congratulations to William Meyer. Entering the ring now will be class 33, single entry, Simmental steer shown by Bryce Knapp, weighing 1450. Class 34 should be in the makeup ring. Class 34 to the makeup ring.
Here's a calf that's weighing 1450, and this is good real-world type of cattle. I think as you study this guy in terms of his skeleton, he sure sounds structured. He can get out and go. He flexes. He maybe toes out just a touch up front, but not bad. A good practical type of cattle that's got just a little more frame to him. And even at 1450, this guy is sure got the genetics for continued lean growth while still having plenty of product in him. I think at this stage of the game, he's long-bodied. You get behind him, does he got one of those great big butts on him? No, he doesn't. The boy, his top shape is really good, pushes up a nice stifle when you view him on the move.
Congratulations to Bryce Knapp. Entering the ring now, we will have class 34 Simmental steers. There's 2 entries. Cade Henderson, steer weighing 1496, and Cooper Rollins, steer weighing 1540. All exhibitors are signed up for showmanship, so if you want to scratch showmanship, please come and let Kayla or I know before the Grand Steer Drive. If you would like to scratch showmanship, please come up to the announcer table to let us know before the Grand Steer Drive. First call, class 35, crossbred steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 35, crossbred steers to the makeup ring.
Really a nice pair of Simmental steers here, and I know that there's a little bit of difference in terms of skeletal size, but let me describe the cattle to you and why I've got them where I do. Both of them are 15 weight cattle. This one's 1496, I think you had said, and so 1500. This guy's 1540, and sure differences in terms of build. But the guy that's winning the class is the one where everything matches. Not only is he the bigger footed, stouter featured steer that has got just a little bit more muscular shape working down his top, he's more uniform in his condition, particularly as we get back to the last 2 ribs. He's more closed in, if you will, there. A good balanced, sound structured steer that's certainly industry acceptable. The steer next in the lineup in second, he's not a bad cattle at all. This guy's got a lot of good in him. A little more moderate in terms of his frame, but he's really dense to be weighing 1,500 pounds. gives you a pretty good, easy feeding type of look in terms of his rib cage. This guy's not nearly as uniform in terms of his condition. Right behind his shoulder, and as you work your back on his rib, he starts to open up just a bit there. But a good kind of cattle, both of them have a ton of product in them.
Congratulations. First place went to Cooper Rollins. Second went to Cade Henderson. We will now be showing for our champion Simmental steer. Out of class 32, William Meyer. Out of class 33, Bryce Knapp. And from class 34, Cooper Rollins. Again, this is our champion and reserve champion Simmental steer drive. Class 35 should be in the makeup ring. Class 35 in the makeup ring. First call, class 36, crossbred steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 36, crossbred steers to the makeup ring.
Champion drive of the Simmental steers. Boy, you've had a nice Simmental steer show. There's quality from the first class all the way back to the third, and they're at maybe a little bit different stages, but it does show what the Simmental breed can do within the industry in terms of making stout-made, practical, functional type of cattle that can go to maybe heavier weights. Your first steer is not a heavyweight steer. He's 1260, I think, right? A guy that is really dense, so he's got a ton of muscle shape to him, working down the top side of that skeleton, back through his pins, and pushes up a nice stifle. Real world cattle, maybe a little slick haired, not as nicely presented in terms of having that show hair coat, but this is a sound steer. He's not the biggest butted steer in the world, but man, he's got some meat working down the top side of his skeleton. Good spread and dimension out over his loin. He's got a nice big old forearm on him. A good practical type of cattle that the young man brings us. And then we've got a steer that's over 1,500 pounds and certainly handles it. He's sound structured, he's big-footed, he's stout-featured. You got plenty of muscular shape and pretty uniform and fresh in terms of his handle over his rib. He'll be your champion Simmental.
Congratulations, our champion Simmental steer, exhibited by Cooper Rollins. There was a second place out of that class, so entering the ring will be Cade Henderson.
I know we just talked this last class of steers here, and a guy that gives you a good, easy feeding look, and one that maybe gets not quite as stout featured in terms of his bone work, but really, really dense, a touch patchy in terms of his condition. Even though he's a notch more moderate frame, he sure handles it close to 1,500 pounds. Reserve will be the second out of the third class.
Congratulations, our reserve champion Simmental steer out of class 34, exhibited by Cade Henderson. We will now start our crossbred steer division. This is first call for class 37, crossbred steers to the makeup ring. First call, class 37, crossbred steers to the makeup ring. Entering the ring now, we have class 35, crossbred steers. There are 2 entries in this class. We have Grace Reynolds with her steer weighing 1154, and Jace Zeller, steer weighing 1222.
interesting pair here, I think, and those of you that know me know that I just tell you exactly what I think, and sometimes I don't have a filter. And both of the cattle, quite honestly, I would like to change from a structure standpoint. The steer that wins the class maybe gets a little more labored out of his rear, gets just a touch outside of himself. I try to study to see if it's an injury or what it may be, but once the young man gets to walking with him, then he gets to moving. But if you move real slow, he seems to be just a bit hindered. And then the other steer off of his hind leg, we probably need a little foot care. He gets pretty long about his toe, and I think that would change the way that he goes as well. But as you look at the two steers, the steer that has some quality, balanced look to him with some muscle shape, particularly out over his loin, you sure like the guy that's winning the class. He's pretty level about his rump. He does have a nice stifle, maybe a steer that just needs more time on feed. This guy's got some muscle expression to him. Gets a little rounder in terms of his muscle shape. From hooks to pins, and from pins down, you'd like to maybe lengthen him out just a touch there. But certainly a cattle that's got some muscle, but maybe just a notch more off balance. He gets a little deeper up through his front end and through his brisket, relatively higher in terms of his flank in relation to his elbow.
Congratulations. First place went to Jace Zeller. Second went to Grace Reynolds. Entering the ring now, we'll have class 36 crossbred steers. Abby Holloway, steer weighing 1,300 pounds, and Madison Meyer, steer weighing 1,340. Class 37 should be in the makeup ring.
We got a steer that weighs 1,340 and one at 1,300, and the steer at the top end of the class, a nicely presented steer that gives you a quality look, not only when you view him from the side, but from behind. He's certainly more dimensional. He's bolder in terms of his rib cage. That lays the foundation for greater muscle working down his top, out of the backside of his shoulder and over to his loin. Pushes up a nice stifle when you view him on the move. Now the slick steer, or the tighter haired steer here in second, one that you like him in terms of having some feeding capacity to him through his center body. Just want to see him stouter, both from behind as well as when you view his front end and his forearm from the side.
Congratulations. First place goes to Madison Meyer and second place to Abby Holloway. Entering the ring now, we'll have our last class of steers for the day, class 37, Jessa Zeller with her steer weighing 1486.
Your heavyweight crossbred steer, kind of a tighter haired steer that I asked her, I said, what's the breed combination here of the steer? And she knew Angus, and he darn sure looks like a strong Angus influence type of cattle. Good, practical type of steer. Is he perfect off of his hind leg? No, but does he have some muscle shape? Is he pretty uniform and fresh and in his condition down over his rib? He's still a cattle that I think at this weight compositionally is going to be fine from a yield grade standpoint. He's got some width to his pin, some shape when you view him from the rear.
Congratulations to Jessa Zeller. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion crossbred steer. All breed champions be making your way up outside of the show ring to be lined up for grand drive. All breed champions and reserve champions be outside of the show ring to get lined up for grand drive. For our crossbred steer drive from class 35, we have Jace Zeller, steer wing 1222. From class 36, Madison Meyer, steer wing 1314. And from class 37, Jessa Zeller, steer wing 1486. Again, this is our champion crossbred steer drive. We will roll right into our grand champion steer drive. We will be taking a 30-minute break upon the completion of the steer drive before the start of showmanship to allow enough time for pictures. So there will be a 30-minute break between the steer drive and showmanship. For showmanship, we will start with juniors and make our way up to seniors. If you would like to scratch showmanship, please let us know as soon as possible. If you would like to scratch showmanship, please let us know now.
Championship drive of your crossbred steers. I'm really pleased because the cattle are just practical, good type of cattle. Do we have a ton of hair on them? Are they necessarily show steers, at least the two on either end? Probably not. They are a little tighter haired, but boy, they're sound structured. They've got more than enough muscle shape to them for what they are weighing. They're cattle that look good and balanced and look like they can survive a number of different feedlot situations, whether it's in the open dirt lots or whether we're on confinement. They've got enough foot that you know that they're going to be able to withstand that. And we know that this is a 4-H show, right? And they've got to look a quality to them when you back off of them and you look at them from the side. The one to me, though, that is really expressive in terms of its muscular shape, maybe has a little more show bells and whistles to it, is the steer in the middle. He'll be your champion crossbred.
Congratulations, our champion crossbred steer exhibited by Madison Meyer. Coming in from second place out of that class will be Abby Holloway.
The steer that comes into contention with the other two really fits kind of the same mold. Maybe a little harder haired type of cattle, but really good, easy feeding type of look. He could use maybe a shot more muscle shape, particularly when you view him from behind. Your reserve champion is going to be the heavyweight standing at the front of the lineup.
Congratulations, our reserve champion crossbred steer shown by Jessa Zeller. All right, we're gonna give the crew a couple seconds to get all of our breed champions lined up, and then we'll be starting our grand champion steer drive. Tyler, do we have them all? We need all breed champions up to the makeup ring. Our grand steer drive is starting now. Our champion Angus steer exhibited by Briley Zeller. Our champion Kiania steer shown by Lily Henderson. Our champion Gelby steer shown by Maddie Higgins. Our champion limousine steer shown by Lily Higgins. Our champion Main Anjou steer shown by Madison Meyer. Our champion maintainer steer shown by Tyler Drummond. Our champion Red Angus steer exhibited also by Tyler Drummond. Our champion Shorthorn Plus steer is shown by Cade Henderson. Our champion Simmental steer is exhibited by Cooper Rollins. And our champion crossbred steer is exhibited by Madison Meyer. Please join me in a round of applause for all of our breed champions.
Hi everyone, my name is Kendall Mangus and I am your Miss Hamilton County Queen, and I would like to tell you about how you can contribute to the education and advancement of 4-H youth here in Hamilton County. We are currently passing buckets around at events like this and throughout the fair to help fund the Hamilton County 4-H Scholarship Program. These scholarships are awarded exclusively to the college-bound 4-H members in Hamilton County. This year's scholarship recipients from the Hamilton County and Indiana 4-H Foundation members were Olivia Gustitis, Addison Mann, Abigail Monsomer, your joke. Okay, hold on. Larry Endicott and Lauren Happel. We would all like to thank each and every one of you for your generosity and support of the 4-H program.
Hi, I'm Avery Hills, and I'm your first runner-up.
Hi, I'm Rachel Dieter, and I'm your second runner-up.
Upon the completion of our grand drive, we will be taking a 30-minute break for pictures and for everyone to grab a sandwich from the producer's tent. So there will be a 30-minute break upon the completion of our steer drive before showmanship. Showmanship, we will start with juniors. I also want to take a moment to introduce our judge again today. We welcome Matt Clays. Matt is a nationally respected livestock evaluator and former Purdue University livestock judging team coach and extension beef specialist. He has judged many of the nation's premier livestock shows and is recognized for his commitment to education, integrity, and developing the next generation of livestock enthusiasts. We're honored to have Matt join us today to store our cattle and our kids. Please join me in a round of applause for thanking him.
Championship steer drive. I think you look out here and the quality of the cattle and where they're at, they've all got muscle to them. There's maybe a little bit of difference in terms of condition, but boy, they're high quality cattle that look like that they fed well for the young people. They've done a good job at getting them exhibited. I'm not going to repeat the same speech, I guess, if you will, from the heifer lineup, maybe just a little bit different take on where we are with the industry. We're below 27 million cows in the country, and you wonder, well, that sounds like a big number. It's really not. We need to be closer to 30 million cows to be able to meet domestic demand in where we're at. A couple of other things that you need to probably understand is even though we've got fewer cattle in the country, we're taking them to heavier weights, and therefore we're meeting our demand in terms of how much beef we're providing to the American consumer. So what cattle used to be when I grew up, and I'm ancient and old and remember the baby beef era, Tom Yonts, in terms of just 1,100 pound cattle, now we've got cattle that are 1,500 plus. And we're not even getting a discount at 1,600 weight cattle. And that's because of where we are within the industry and where we are genetically within the cow herd. Your young people have brought you good cattle that are representative of the industry. The other thing I would tell you is that you shouldn't have to, and if you're looking to be a buyer of some of these cattle, you shouldn't have to worry about quality grade and what these cattle are going to eat like. 86% of the cattle in the country over the last 2 years have graded choice or better. And so we've done a good job at concentrating on beef cattle being the quality protein that is highly sought after, and our demand is going up. Even though we've got ground beef that's $8 plus, right? People still want to eat beef, okay? And the young people, I would tell you, hopefully you stay involved in the beef industry because we sure need it. The United States is no longer the #1 country producing beef. We've fallen behind to Brazil, but we exceed quality better than any other country that we have in the globe. So the young people have brought you good representatives of that. So if you would, put your hands together and congratulate them. I'm not going to, one more thing to the kids. In the 4-H program and the FFA program and showing livestock. The older I've gotten, and you go through and you retire and then you do some other things, there's probably 4 basic things that you need in life. And 4-H provides all 4 things for you. First of all, what's the first thing you need to do? Right? You need to have something that you love, right? That you like doing. Showing cattle gives you a reason to get up in the morning, right? You need something to be working on. Well, you've got the project. You've got something to work on, and you need something to look forward to, right? And you look forward to the county fair, the state fair, your junior national, wherever you're going. And then the last thing is you need something to believe in, right? You believe in your God, you give a prayer before you start, you give the Pledge of Allegiance, those types of things. You need to believe in your country. So 4-H and FFA provides all the 4 things that make you get up in the morning and become productive citizens, okay? So thank you to all the volunteers, all the 4-H professionals and the FFA professionals that are out here working with your youth. If you would, please give them a nice hand. So we've covered the industry. We've talked about what 4-H and FFA does for young people and livestock projects in general. I'm looking for cattle that are sound structured, heavy muscled, right in terms of their rail readiness or their condition. I'm not worried about quality grade, and I think as you look out here within this lineup, this Simmental steer needs to be your champion.
Congratulations, our grand champion steer goes to Cooper Rollins with her Simmental. Coming in out of that reserve division will be Cade Henderson.
think when you go through this lineup and you're still keeping cattle that have a quality look, acceptable in terms of their muscle shape, you reserve Shorthorn Plus.
Congratulations, our reserve grand champion steer goes to Cade Henderson with his Shorthorn Plus. Reserve out of that division coming in will be Logan Bates.
Those two, quite honestly, in my mind, sifted, and we've got to pick three more. I think as you walk through, you study the cattle, you find cattle that are sound, they've got muscle shape to them, balance up certainly well, and meet the industry standards. This Angus needs to be third overall.
Congratulations. Third overall steer goes to Briley Zeller with her Angus, and she will be our grand champion Hamilton County born and raised steer as well. Abby Holloway is coming in with her reserve Angus.
I think now we reach a point within the top five where we've got cattle that are certain things that you maybe want to change about them in terms of their build. Some of them, from a weight standpoint, are really industry acceptable. Some, I think, is the county fair the targeted spot? Is that where you're going to end up? And for me, I'm just trying to find the best cattle of what we've got left out here within this drive. And the one in terms of just build and maybe needs more time on feed, this steer right here in front of me, he'll be fourth overall.
Fourth overall goes to Madison Meyer. That was with her crossbred. So reserve crossbred is coming in, shown by Jessa Zeller. And fifth overall also goes to Madison Meyer with her main steer. We will need to select a reserve champion Hamilton County born and raised. So staying in the ring will be Maddie Higgins, Lily Higgins. We'll need the reserve champion maintainer, Lauren Happel, and Jessa with her reserve cross. Again, we are now showing for our reserve Hamilton County born and raised because our champion Hamilton County born and raised came out of our top 5 and was exhibited by Briley Zeller with her 3rd overall Angus steer. We need Lauren Happel in the ring with her reserve maintainer if you'd like to exhibit for Hamilton County born and raised. Upon the conclusion of this division, we will be taking a 30-minute break before starting junior showmanship. Congratulations, our reserve champion, Hamilton County born and raised, is shown by Jessa Zeller. All right, we will resume our cattle showmanship at 12:45. 12:45, we will begin junior showmanship. There will be 1 heat of juniors, and then we will start with intermediates. There'll be 1 heat of junior and 2 intermediates. There will be 2 heats of senior showmanship, 2 heats, and they will be first come, first in the ring. Our judges decided 2 heats for seniors. Attention in the cattle barn, attention in the cattle barn. We need junior showmen to be making your way to the makeup ring. Junior showmen to the makeup ring. Also, attention intermediates. There has been enough kids scratched. There will now only be one heat of intermediate showmen. One heat of juniors, one heat of intermediates, and 2 heats of senior showmanship. All junior showmen to the makeup ring. All right, I think we are ready to get started with our junior showmanship. We only have 3 juniors, and we only have 1 heat of junior show. All intermediate showmen, we need you in the makeup ring. All intermediate showmen, we need you in the makeup ring.
Showmanship. Probably before we start talking about these juniors, we need to lay some ground rules, okay? I understand when we're talking about the cattle, I'm talking about the cattle, right? And what we would change about them and all those types of things. But now, showmanship, we're talking about somebody's baby, somebody's grandbaby. And if I say I'd like for you, probably need to do this, it might be taken as fighting words, okay? And quite honestly, I just want you to know everything that I say is meant to be constructive and to help them get better. We talked about some things out here, and I know you maybe haven't seen somebody bring them out and look at the cattle. Sometimes it's easier for them to see what they look like from my perspective versus where they're at. Then they can go and look at it. That's why I do showmanship this way. So we're going to talk about each and every one of them, good and things that we probably need to work on, okay? Please take it as constructive. And every time, you kiddos, first of all, good for you for coming out in the ring. You got enough guts to come out here and have showmanship evaluated, right? The rest of them that didn't make it out here, they're not in the game. And you can't be in the game unless you're in the ring. It's just like baseball. You can't get a hit unless you swing the bat, okay? So you guys are swinging the bat, and that's a positive, okay? Young man here at the front of the lineup, is this your first year showing? I thought it might be, okay? You're doing a good job at keeping your heifer calm. You're doing a pretty good job on your transition from show halter to show stick. And we talked about how to place the feet and legs, right? We've got two tools in our hand, show stick and the show halter to let the cattle know where we want it to be. So if you want that foot to move forward, make sure you're pulling forward on the halter as well so that she knows where you want it to be. Just work on walking them into it, right? We talked about how do we walk them into it so that you don't have to move a bunch of legs, right? And what did I tell you? When your front foot lands, that's when the back feet are going to be the way that you want them to be, okay? So you can watch that as you're walking along, okay? The young man next in the lineup does a nice job at moving with his heifer, maybe doesn't walk her into it as well, and we talked about it and how to check his heifer. So a couple of steps before we're going to stop, you want to pull up on the halter and just let her know, hey, we're going to stop, just giving you a little bit of a warning, okay? Not like when I grew up and Dad slams the brakes on and he throws his arm in front because we didn't have seat belts, right? You're just giving them a little bit of a warning that we're going to stop, and you got that figured out, right? Okay. The young lady next in the lineup walked her calf right into it. Are the rear feet perfect? No, we talked about it, and we talked about the front feet as well, and how we want to give a three-dimensional view to the judge. And so where those feet land kind of can help tell how opened up they are, how much muscle do they have, even from the side. She's probably the smoothest in terms of her transition from show halter to show stick, and she's the one mechanically within the show ring that probably knew exactly what we were doing, and that both of them did a great job. One other thing, when you come up and meet me, great handshake, pretty good. We talked about working on the handshake, didn't we, buddy? Right? No more wet dish rags. You're going to let them know that you're here and you're proud, right? Okay. Give them a big hand. Champion's going to be the young lady. The young man in the middle will be reserved.
Congratulations. Our grand champion junior showman goes to Briley Zeller, and our reserve junior showman goes to Ralston Macy. Entering the ring now, we are going to have our one and only heat of intermediate showmen. So this is our only heat of intermediates. We will have 2 heats of seniors. All senior showmanship need to stay outside in the alleyway, and we'll pull the first 7 in, and then the other 7 will come in after that. So we'll keep you all out in the alleyway.
intermediate showmen, you've got some really good showmen within this lineup, and I've talked to them about some things that probably need to change. I'm just going to maybe hit on one subject that, for the most part, was a problem for every one of them. And we talked about how they grabbed their show stick and where they grabbed it, and they're grabbing it in the middle or a little bit higher than the middle of that show stick, and how you need to work it. All but one was doing that. That's why we went ahead and had them grab a show stick and bring it out so that they would understand not only mechanically but safety-wise why you need to grab that show stick underneath that handle, right, and how you need to utilize it. I think for the most part, they do a pretty good job at setting up the feet and legs. We talked about how to walk them into it, but for me, a champion and a reserve, right, is what you need to do. And for me, the young man here that's got the big senior yearling heifer and pulling her out mechanically, and he's got a big senior yearling, and it's hot, and she doesn't want to move, but he's still remaining like a livestock person. He's staying calm. He's waiting for assistance. We pull up. Mechanically, he's the guy who did everything the way I like to see it done. He grabs that show stick when they're moving. His transition from show stick to show halter is really good. He walks her into it, pulls her together, and actually I think that there's been some times here in the showmanship where I thought she looked maybe just a little bit better than when she was in class earlier today in terms of pulling that front end. I think that you've gotten that front end pulled together really good. Champion's going to be the young man right here in front of me. And the young man down here on the end does a nice job, probably as efficient as any in terms of walking them into it and knowing where his heifer needs to be and how to fix it. Good set of intermediates. Give them a hand.
Congratulations, our champion intermediate showman goes to Colin Decker, and reserve intermediate showman goes to Jacob Glunt. We'll get them all out of the ring, and then we will have our first heat of senior showmen enter. There will be 2 heats of senior showmen, and the second heat will stay outside of the show ring. All right, entering the ring now will be our first heat of senior showmen. First heat of inner showmen entering the ring. All right, coming back out of that heat will be Landon Glunt, Logan Bates, and Reese Knapp. We're gonna have you guys exit the ring, go back outside, and then we'll pull in that last heat. But everyone needs to exit the ring.
Heat 1 of the seniors. We released the 3 that were being retained and going to be brought back for the final heat. We went through and talked about some things that we maybe like to change, but the young people are doing a good job at keeping the cattle calm and getting them orchestrated throughout this little narrower ring here. If you would, please, as they exit the ring, give them a nice hand.
All right, we will now have our second heat of senior showmen entering the ring. Our second heat of seniors.
completion of the second heat is done. We retained 3 out of this class as well. The 3 that we have left out here do some things really, really well. We talked about how they could maybe make some suggestions on things to change so that they pull the cattle together and that the cattle look the best that they can, and we draw attention to them. If you would, please, as they exit the ring, show them your support.
Coming back from our second heat of seniors is Elizabeth Decker, Cade Henderson, and Lauren Happel. Entering the ring now, we have our final heat of senior showmen, and our judge will be placing our top 5. Correction, my apologies. Out of that last heat was Izzy Grau.
In front and jerking on her way, trying to get her to go. You take a step back and you get her to move. Understanding the point of balance on the cattle is really important to figure out whether they're going to move. Now, I'm going to tell you, your heifer, there's a lot of things we'd like to change about her, right? In terms of her balance and everything, but you get her feet and legs set up really pretty good. Once in a while, I caught you, the left front was out just a little bit, but you got it corrected. And the other nice thing is, I told you something. You listened, and you took the appropriate action to correct it, right? And that's what you've got to do. And whether it's a job down the road, whether it's in school, you're playing basketball, whatever, you got to listen to what you're being told to do. The young man here, and I'm going to say all of the young men have got a left arm that is like the Hulk Hogan, because they have got that arm and they've got it stretched out, and this is the way they're going to show for an entire day. Okay? I'm old, and if I had to show and have my arm out like this the entire day, my arm's going to fall off before the end of the day. I think about what our job is. Our job is to show the cattle, right, and get the most out of them. If you tuck that elbow in, which I told you, right, and you've done it, so here again, you listened, you took the appropriate action. That's really good. I think you do a nice job at your transition from show halter to show stick. You're very appropriate in moving with that heifer. Sometimes you get out in front just a little bit. Point of balance that we talked about. Maybe a lot of times the natural instinct is to get in front and pull, when sometimes we have to let them decide it's time to go. Okay? So understanding that point of balance. The only other thing that I would tell you is when we were stacked right in here, and I was walking behind those cattle, and I don't walk in front of the cattle because I pretty much can see what's going on in the front end from behind, which may sound really weird, but you didn't have that, you kind of had her opened up, right? That left was really thrown out. Make sure when we stack cattle, you get them set up as square as you possibly can, okay? The next young man does a good job sometimes. A lot of similarities to the gentleman in front. Sometimes you can get out in front, right, of this guy. You do a nice job transitioning from show halter to show stick and back, right, when we have to move. You do a good job at grabbing that show stick where you need to. The one thing is just concentrating on where those feet are. And we talked about it, right, when you were on the profile, how that front end wasn't necessarily, wasn't pulled together like it needed to be and had him just a touch stretched. But we're getting nitpicky on people that are doing things really, really well, okay? And when the competition gets keener, then it becomes those little things. So just stay on your game, okay? You're relaxed. You got your elbow tucked in now, and it's more about the steer than it is about you. The young lady next in the lineup, she does a really, really good job walking her cattle into it, getting them set up. She's so comfortable, so relaxed. We talked about the show stick, didn't we? In terms of where to grab it and that finger sticking up as you've got it. I can't get my finger to bend quite like you can, but you're younger and more flexible. But when I told you about it, then you tried to correct it. Some of it's habit, right? And I understand that. But in terms of just moving with cattle, walking them into it, just staying comfortable and having the heifer look the way that one needs to look all the time, the most consistent job. And you brought a partner to the dance that is willing to follow your lead. And so that's really good. I don't know if you've been to a high school dance and ever got some clumsy darn boy that didn't know what to do. You may have to lead them sometimes when you're out there. You do an excellent job leading this heifer. Then we got the young man here in the purple shirt, and his heifer is a little bit robotic. We need to look comfortable and just relax, okay? The next robotic, we need to look comfortable and just relax, okay?
Congratulations to our champion senior showman, Lizzie Decker. She'll be representing the Beef Barn tonight in supreme showmanship. Our reserve champion senior showman went to Izzy Grau. Third overall went to Landon Glunt. Fourth overall went to Logan Bates, and fifth overall went to Cade Henderson. Thank you all for attending our beef show today. We really appreciate our judge, Matt Clays, coming out. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day.